Okay, good morning, colleagues. Can you all hear me? And can the participants online please kindly indicate with a thumbs up if you can all hear me as well before I can proceed. Okay, perfect. My name is Lawrence, and I am a member of the Research Capacity Development Unit here at the Postgraduate School. And good morning again to you, all the colleagues who have joined us today, and all our distinguished support staff, and to all our presenters who have joined us for today's session, which is the Supervisor Enrichment Program for support staff. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this Supervisor Enrichment orientation of the 2026, hosted by the Research Capacity Development Unit here at the Postgraduate School, with the theme From Professional Support to Scholarly Growth, Empowering Support Staff with Postgraduate Ambitions, speaks directly to the evolving and impactful role that each of you play within the academic ecosystem. Support staff are often described as the backbone of the institution, and rightly so, because without you, systems pause, processes stall, and academics suddenly realize how much they have forgotten their passwords. So yes, we truly appreciate you. But beyond operational excellence, today is about recognizing your potential as scholars, researchers, and contributors to knowledge production. In today's rapid changing world, shaped by the digital age, the artificial intelligence, and the global interconnectedness, universities are no longer just centers for teaching and learning. They are drivers of innovation, societal transformation, and global impact. As part of this ecosystem, your role is critical in supporting and advancing the university's strategic objectives, including the research excellence, transformation, and strengthening its global footprints. It's important, most importantly, your contribution also aligns with broader global priorities, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs of the United Nations. Whether directly or indirectly, your work supports these efforts towards quality education, reduced inequalities, innovation, and sustainable development. So by stepping into this postgraduate study and research, you position yourself not only as a professional, but as active contributors to solving real-world challenges and creating meaningful societal impact. So this program today is designed to affirm that your journey does not end in administrative or professional roles. It can also extend into postgraduate study, research engagement, and intellectual leadership. Each session today will unpack practical strategies, share lived experiences, and open pathways for balanced work study and personal growth. So I encourage you all to engage actively, ask questions, reflect on your own academic experiences and aspirations. And today is not just about learning, it is about reimagining what is possible for your future and recognizing that your growth contributes not only to your personal development, but to the advancement of the institution, society, and the global community. So thank you so much again. And please give us a round of applause for those that have joined us here personally, physically. And I'd just like to also introduce our presenters for today. Obviously, we are joined by Dr. Arno Low, who is the Senior Instructional Designer of E-Learning Specialist here at the University of Johannesburg at the CAT Department. We'll also be joined by Dr. Nandarine Maestri, who is the Director of the IPEM Institutional Research and Planning at the University of Johannesburg. She will be co-presenting with Ms. Takalani, also who's the institutional researcher at the University of Johannesburg, and will also be joined here by our colleague, Mr. Kylie Sokeso, who is a facilitator for Professional Support and Academic Development Center here at the University of Johannesburg. And as I've alluded, also please note that this session is being recorded for all the participants who have joined us online. And please ensure to keep your mics muted as the session goes. So please allow me to welcome my colleague, or to rather invite my colleague to the podium, Mr. Nkosietu Ntuli, to give us a welcome address. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium. Thank you so much. To you, Mr. Nkosi.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity and thank you for taking your time in attending today's what we call a workshop, which is on supervisor orientation, focusing on support staff within the University of Johannesburg. As Lawrence has mentioned, my name is Nkosietu Ntuli. I'm the member of the Research Capacity Development Unit. On behalf of the Research Capacity Development Unit, I would like to welcome you. You may feel at home, and as Lawrence has mentioned, please do engage. We are all here to learn. So if you have any questions for our presenters, you are more than welcome to just raise your hand and ask those questions. Or if you have any input, no one is perfect. If you have any input, maybe your experiences that you would like to share with the rest of the team, you are more than welcome to do so. To the online audience, thank you so much, colleagues, as well, for joining us, taking your time. We are looking forward to a productive session of today. We are honored to have the voice of presenters for today, as Lawrence has already mentioned. However, colleagues, I would like to put into your attention that we won't have Dr. Anolu. We just received a message that he won't be joining us. He had some emergency that he had to attend. So there will be some changes on our program, meaning we will now start with Mr. Keswa, followed by Ms. Dagalani and Dr. Maestri. So that will be our program for today. So we'll try to engage after that and put into discussion, raise question, and probably have some discussion going on. With that being said, colleagues, thank you so much. I wish you a productive and insightful presentation of today. Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so I think that will bring us to the beginning of today's session. And thank you so much again to you, Mr. Nkosietu Ntuli, for the welcome address. We really do appreciate you there. And so that brings us to the beginning of our session, as my colleague, Mr. Nkosietu Ntuli, has alluded there that Dr. Arnold Lowe won't be with us due to an emergency. So just to let you know that. So we'll be beginning with Mr. Kalisa Keswa. So Mr. Kalisa Keswa will be speaking on career pathways beyond the qualification. That will be his topic. And please kindly allow me to read over his rich academic bio, if I may say. So Mr. Kalisa Keswa is a PhD candidate in applied mathematics within the School of Mathematics and Applied Mathematics at the Faculty of Science, and a facilitator in academic development support, access at the University of Johannesburg. A position he has held since 2016. He holds a Master's of Science in Applied Mathematics from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where he also served as an Assistant Academic Development Officer for 2 years before joining the University of Johannesburg. His academic portfolio is further strengthened by his postgraduate diploma in higher education and a postgraduate diploma in public policy and African studies, completed here at the University of Johannesburg between 2019 and 2022, respectively. His professional practice is dedicated to enhancing student success through effective facilitation, especially those who join access programs, while his doctorate research contributes new insights to the field of applied mathematics. So without any further ado, please, Mr. Keswa, and please, you can join the podium, and please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks. It's okay, tell you. Yeah. So this is the mic for the online audience. Okay, we're going to be doing here. Okay. So a presentation obviously will be presentable. I think I need to unmute here. Yes. To the online audience, please kindly indicate if you can see Mr. Keswa's presentation that he has shared with you. Please kindly indicate with a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. I think they can all see it and they can all hear me. So I think yeah, it's fine. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kylie Keswa. Thank you very much for welcoming me to this session. It's really, everything caught me by surprise, I might say, because initially I told Ntuli that, no, yes, as much as I agree to come here, but I viewed this differently and we discussed that. And I said to myself, then how I'm going to be discussing this topic, which I feel that is much bigger than I. In a sense that looking at it, I said it's fine. Not at a level of being a supervisor, which I will find it very difficult to advise anyone in that space. Excuse me. And having said that, I opted to actually look at it in terms of how can we all view it as people that aspire to be in the academic space, as people that are in the support space, what opportunities that we might have, and what will be the common or shared challenges amongst ourselves. As stated, I find this so unusual, I might say, or I might repeat. I'm a PhD candidate, also a staff member here at UJ, based at Doortfontein campus. Yeah. Apologies for that to the participants online. I was just trying to see if we can share the slide again. Maybe it's not slide. Rosie, can you see the slide? To the participants online, please kindly indicate if you can see the slides with a thumbs up. Oh, they're saying now they can see the slides. Okay. You can all see the slides. Please indicate again with a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. You can.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I was still highlighting that I actually found this so unusual. But opportunities like this, when they prevail, one needs to grab them. Okay. As I stated earlier on, that I am a PhD candidate and I support staff at Dorffontein campus, which I experienced both the pressure of being a student as well as that one of trying to climb up in terms of your academic progression. When you think of support plays different roles in the institution. And I normally say that we are, in my case, we are the special support or the different one, in a sense that we actually go to class, teach, and do everything because we're dealing with first-year students. Meaning that we are support, we are not the or we are not on the academic part, while we do all other things going to class. Then, because we only meet students at first-year level, it means that every year you get a new cohort and so forth. Okay. Then, when you think about it as someone who's interested to continue and do your PhD studies, that if, let's say, you are interested in supervision, it means that it's not something that is doable within the unit itself. Okay. We are not a faculty. We are a center, meaning that there are those responsibilities and tasks that the center can do, as well as that they can't perform. Okay. To supervise students, one will need to be actually work with someone in the faculty. Okay. But we are finding ourselves in a space where we are.
Apologies again to the participants. Still, the participants, some say they can see the slides, some say they cannot see the slides. So let's see if we can just try to sort it out quickly.
Let me just close them and open them.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to see it's only one that is open. Because sometimes I think it happens when let's say you happen to open your many pages at once.
So let me see now if I can share. This is what we're supposed to share.
We close everything else, just leave one.
Okay. No, because now it's on presenting mode. That's why.
Okay.
Let me
Did I put them?
Apologies for that. Technology sometimes can be a bit of an issue. Apologies for that again to the participants. So you put them on presenting mode, and then we can share the screen. We can share the screen. Let's see if I should. See what one of these colors. See what it should be. You need to see that on screen. Thinking about I see the window. See the whole screen. So if you share the whole screen, you can see them, but they're not even presentable. See this. So, okay.
Excuse me. Okay. I hope everything now is fine. You know, glitches like this always remind me the time of COVID, where you will be alone trying to have your sessions online. Students are waiting for you. No one who can actually easily come and assist you. And remember that we're all just sitting in one place. I mean, it was during lockdown, meaning that everyone was actually in their own place, meaning that at least now we have people around us who can easily jump and assist. Okay. Maybe this might not work now. Are you still able to see them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me just recap on what we actually said, that I'm not a supervisor, but in a support staff in academic development access. Okay. I see both hopes of current doctoral candidates as well as social realities and how our careers evolve over time. Earlier on, I stated that within Access, as much as we are a support structure, but I happen to sit on the side where we do lecturing for first years, okay, which ends with first years, meaning that we don't have any other cohort beyond first years, of which many projects that one will find when someone is looking at the vertical growth of the academia will actually need to supervise students at a certain level, will actually need to mentor certain students at certain projects. It could be at honors, it could be at master's or PhD level, okay? Unfortunately, with the space that we are in, that I'm actually in, that is not possible until someone collaborate or work with other departments. And another thing is that we are coming from different backgrounds. meaning that we have those that are coming that with education specialties. We have those that are coming with engineering specialties, but we are coming together, meaning that the common research that one might do is the one which is based on maybe student performance within the space of education. But those individual researches that people engaged in their academic fields. For example, someone who's doing engineering. In my case, I'm actually in applied mathematics. Then we become so different. With these two identities, which shape the aspiration career that we actually want, okay? The question that I always ask myself is that, what is going to be the role of supervisors trying to supervise this kind of a person that I am, who has the whole responsibilities during the day, at the same time interested in pursuing PhD studies. As I've stated earlier on, is that we actually diverse, and we do have people that have completed their PhD before, and we do have those that recently completed their PhDs. I once had a chat with one of the colleagues. He has been with us for almost 8 years. And now, when you look at how the structure of the support looks like, it's more like she has actually reached the ceiling, okay? Because it's more of saying that, yes, you have a PhD. Unfortunately for her, she obtained the PhD outside of UJ, meaning that even if she wishes to sort of have certain students, there will be no link or that bond with a student, with a project that you are still starting with someone that you never met, meaning that they have no option but to find ways to work with other colleagues within University of Johannesburg for the first time in the field of research. Then the question that maybe someone might be asking themselves, that is their supervisor, the previous supervisor from another institution, aware of what this person now is experiencing as a new PhD graduate? Is the current manager aware of what the person maybe is thinking in terms of how they want to grow? And if they do have consider that, what are other opportunities that this support candidate might actually have if they are saying, we are not ready, we're not ready maybe to move into a new space, but we want to grow here where we are? And how do we move from seeing our qualifications as a checkbox to how do we actually see our qualifications? Not more like a checkbox, but a foundation to more careers. How do you actually approach that? Because as much as supervisors, they might have certain roles that they need to play, but us as support staff, us as people that are actually doing PhDs, we have a role as well to play. When you think about career path, it's not just some trajectory for someone to move up the inclined, whether moving up the ladder, but it is actually a strategy that builds institutional knowledge and also creates a motivated team, okay? Because under the scenario that I've actually highlighted, you can find someone who's no longer going to be interested in what they are currently doing because they sort of feel like they are no longer at a point where they are actually growing, okay? Of which there are many other things which people can still do within the space of support that will still need their their qualifications or their knowledge. What career landscape are actually beyond career landscape beyond a qualification? Because when you think of a qualification, it will be something that you will do over the years, then you complete it. Okay. Then how are you going to continue making sure that the qualification works for you and also you are growing as a person? In one of the articles that I came across, it was written by Dr. Tima Fishana. She actually highlighted that there were close to more than 6,000 new candidates, PhD graduate holders in 2017, but only 809 that were employed. Meaning that is some statistics that is very worrying. It's very worrying when you think about the different initiatives that are taken by our government. Lawrence mentioned earlier on that we have United Nations strategic goals that we also need to align ourselves with. Then with that kind of stats, then where do we see ourselves as people that still aspire to have or to study further? Then these are the questions which I want us to, all of us to think about. If we're to think that everyone who's doing a PhD is going to join academia, our universities, then will the academic space be able to absorb all? What are other careers that are growing outside of academia? Okay. What role do supervisors need to play in linking their students to industries? I came across one of the interviews where the CEO of APSA was part of it. He actually highlighted that in their employees, they have about 100 of people that are pursuing their PhD studies, which is actually great. Okay. Meaning that as much as we can think of academic space, but there are other opportunities outside, okay? And there are others that are recently becoming more formal, okay? For example, before you'd find some supervisor or some professor that will do almost everything for their projects or their studies. But now we have people that are actually employed as research assistants. We have people that are employed as leading research groups, meaning that those are actually all can sort of try to navigate your skills and transfer the one that you have obtained from your PhD studies. And also, what other skills that are needed by PhD candidates to prepare them beyond? Because remember, as much as you might be focusing on your project right now, but there are many things that when you finish your PhD that are going to be required from you. Okay. For example, when we last year, I had a chance I came across one of the adverts from USDP. I said, let me give it a try. Let me just put my application in. I felt like writing all that document that was required, that proposal. It was not that long, but I felt like it's more like a module to myself because I had no skills that I had that prepared me to sort of be able to know that what type of what should I put into my proposal, especially for funding. Meaning what is important, or the challenge that I pose to anyone who will want to become a supervisor one day, or someone who's a supervisor even today, is that when you are preparing your PhD candidates, when in that training that takes about 3 to 4 years, make sure that you don't create just one a streamlined person. Prepare them for more response. Prepare them for more responsible career path than just one. Okay. That sometimes it becomes, when you think about these types of, let's say, reports that are required when you have funding, when you think about proposal writing, yes, it might be, you might say that you were given a chance to write your proposal for your studies, and you're given a chance maybe to present it as well. But was there any funding that was linked to it? The one that you submitted for your studies? Maybe the answer is no. Okay. Then how are you going to be able to make sure that you translate your skills and you are able to write a research that will be able to win in a space where you want a certain funding? Because we are finding the research space being funded over a short space of time, meaning that as someone who's still growing, even myself, those are skills that I need. Those are skills that I sort of expect my supervisor to link me in, even if it's his own project. That way, he's actually writing a project, a proposal. Ask me to write a certain section so that I can grow. Okay, meaning that for us as people that are still studying, let's also engage our supervisors, ask them to give us that platform to sort of, let's contribute as well in whatever they are trying to formulate. Yes, you might not know the full cycle, but at least have a certain part that you can understand. Planning projects is one of the things that are sometimes very difficult. Making sure that you meet your timelines, and also you commit to that. Because remember that once you have that document which says that you are going to be, after this year, you will have maybe attended this conference. If you did not, you will need to explain what happened, meaning that you are someone now who did not meet the timeline that they've actually set for themselves. Learning what makes a proposal succeed or fail is also very important. And such skills is not only required or important in the academia, even in other industries. They write proposals, okay? Meaning that you also need to find yourself being someone who can be able even to move in other spaces whenever it's needed. We need to move away from seeing qualifications as the final goal, but it should be the start of the longer journey for everyone. According to the CEO of NRF wants to make sure that the students that they fund, they spend about 6 to 18 months in a private sector. Okay, it could be locally as well as international. He also cited that in Canada, almost 60% of people with PhDs are actually employed in the private sector. That will be great even in the South African context if we grow in that space. Remember, there are also certain goals that our government wants to achieve, I think, in the NDP plan by 2030. Then how then people that are in the support space can actually like of how can we grow equally, okay? Whether we are such opportunities that other people are getting, then staff trying to do your PhD studies. Currently, the majority of people that are actually enrolled in South Africa for PhDs, they are doing it part-time. About 60% is doing it part-time, okay? Meaning that they are either self-employed or they are working somewhere during the day, which actually gives them, which puts them at a disadvantage. In a sense that for someone who's doing a PhD full-time, maybe the supervisor or even in the school, they can even say that, okay, we have this module that you can teach maybe for a semester. Okay, can you please come in? Then you grow as a person who's still doing a PhD. But for someone who's employed full-time, you cannot grab such opportunities because you have that 8 to 4 job. And maybe that lecturing will require you to maybe to do it during the day, meaning that is some of the things that you cannot actually have as the counterparts of students that are doing their studies full time. And in that 60%, 33% of that they actually fund their own studies. Maybe it's something that we also need to ask ourselves, why that proportion, which is above 50% of that, is still prevail for people that want to pursue their studies while they are employed somewhere. Is it because of age? Because maybe you have seen that many of the fundings by our government, they have certain restriction in terms of age. Is it because of age? Maybe. Is it because they are not in, they don't want to commit in the maybe timelines that are required for them to complete the PhD? What is it? Maybe there's someone who might be exploring that further to actually ask them to answer that question. I like to believe that with current numbers of people that are doing their PhDs coming from the support staff, not straight from academia, not doing it full time, I would like to believe that the vertical career progression in the academic space needs to be challenged or need to be reviewed. Because normally one will expect someone to actually progress from master's. If let's say I started from there, then PhD. After that, you do your postdoc, then you can start let's say having stable careers in the academic space. But will that be possible for someone who's working full-time somewhere? And if it's not, what can we have in place? What can we have in place so that we don't limit them as well in terms of that growth? We need to look at careers, not as a linear progression, but in terms of non-linear models. We can look at someone who's actually specializing, who grows influence and take responsibilities in their space of working without moving into management positions. They are still want to stay in their space of maybe support staff, okay? But they are using their study skills to make sure that they become specialists in whatever they are doing. Meaning that to study while we are in the support staff is not just a waste, okay? Someone can say that I want to do this, but I want to stay where I am. I want to grow where I am. I want to make sure that I become an expert to whatever I'm doing. And then there are people that actually will be in a space where they are connectors, okay? Where they will be sort of growing horizontal, making sure that everything is done, everything is up to date. If let's say you think about a work environment, is that person who will be able even to tell when one of the colleagues, maybe they are not fine, because they always see everyone in this space, meaning that they still create that good environment, that good spirit for a working team, even in the space of a support staff. And then there's also those ones that want to climb up, okay? Meaning that they are actually helping others, okay? They drive results across teams, okay? In some instances, they actually don't need to have any permanent role, okay, or a team that they are sort of supporting, okay? And as people that are actually studying, as someone maybe who's doing your PhD full-time, if that is the case, these are some of the skills that you need to sort of try to acquire while we are still studying. Then for someone who's already working, these are some of the things that you will jungle between your work as well as your studies, trying to achieve them. Meaning that maybe your growth might take much longer time as compared to someone who's just focusing on their studies, doing maybe their studies full time. Then in my view, I actually see a PhD as a qualification. A career path is not just about getting a degree, but it's the growth that one will actually want to go into after they've actually went into that space of completing their studies. And we need assistance or support from all sides of our growth. Meaning that as much as your supervisor or our supervisors are able to comment on our article that we have written or whatever chapter that you are proposing, but we also need someone who's able to sort of connect with other areas where you need to grow. You need someone who's not going to be just that person who's able to comment and give you the right feedback on your thesis or on your articles as well, but a person who's also going to be able to identify the gaps where you need assistance. But it's also our responsibility as support staff or as students to make sure that such gaps will identify themselves and also let our supervisors aware so that they know exactly where they should actually connect to. It is important when you are actually studying, coming whether from whether you're doing your studies part-time, whether you are doing your PhD full-time, but it's important that you get a space where you are given a chance to present, find a space where maybe you can collaborate, and also to deepen your knowledge. It is actually great that we have this postgraduate center that provide us with such platforms where we can actually showcase our studies, and also be involved with what other students are actually doing before going to the entire society. I attended the postgraduate conference last year. It was a great initiative, and I did put because we had a chance to evaluate the entire program at the end. I did make sure that I put my comments as much as I can, because as much as I gave myself time to look at the profiles of the people that were actually part of that conference. It was leaning towards one direction. Okay, in what way? The most part that was more addressed, it was the issue of water supply. Then when you think about it in terms of the national development goals, is it only about water? No. If it's not, then where are the other players in such events? Meaning that we also need more participations, not only from the students, but also from the supervisors in such events, so that they are aware of what is actually going on and also be aware of how they can assist those students that are participating in such events. Progression beyond a qualification. Here, I want us to sort of look at what are new doors that will be actually open for someone. It could be someone who wants to move internally. It could be someone who wants to take some roles that are hybrid, or someone who wants that vertical growth that we mentioned earlier on, meaning that just want those senior positions. Then there are different professions that one could actually explore. For example, we have research roles within, someone might be looking for research roles within certain institutions, okay, that they are working on. I think it is important that when we think about studying, let's not always fix our mind to say that I want to be a doctor, I want to be a professor in that man. Yes, that growth is important, but also think where you can actually apply your skills while we are growing in that path. Okay, we also need to think of that as well. What are the things that I find so challenging as a support staff? Making sure that you balance that full-time job as well as your studies it actually requires time management, resilience, as well as applied learning. Sometimes feel stuck. You're seen as only as this title, which I've mentioned earlier on, that sometimes you can actually study and have your qualifications, but the space where you're actually growing, you need also to appreciate that. Don't feel that because maybe you haven't found any opportunity at the moment that will be fulfilling for you, and feel that maybe you have reached the ceiling. It's true, within the space of support, the roles that sometimes we find ourselves in, they are rigid, meaning that there is less exposure in terms of other tasks, meaning that you'll be sort of doing a routine job. Okay. In that routine job, meaning that for someone who's doing their PhD full-time, or given a chance to supervise, maybe co-supervise a certain student, maybe who's still doing it honors. Maybe there are certain things that they have learned already that they could say, can you please try this as well? Meaning that they are already applying their knowledge of their PhD studies. While on your side, you don't have that much freedom because you need to perform this as this way. And if you did not perform them this way, it means you did not do your job. Okay. It's important that we sort of try, although the space that we're working in will be much more difficult for us to explore other things, but make sure that we connect with other schools, and make sure that the relationship that you build with your supervisor is always good, because it's what that person is actually your father or your mother in your academic space. And there are many opportunities that they can still assist you with beyond your PhD studies. While we're talking about certain roles that are actually rigid, sometimes the roles that we find ourselves in, they sort of create an unpleasant space. I'll make an example. When I was doing my master's, I was supervised by the head of the school, and I was working as academic development office, meaning that the issues of the students, I was the one who was addressing them. Meaning that now they are that space where I need to know that, okay, now we are studying, is actually assisting me as a supervisor, but there are space where I need to challenge some of the things that will be taking as a head of a department. You see now that now you sort of find in a space where sometime when maybe you had some meeting that was a bit hitting, you sort of avoid your supervisor on the academic side. Meaning that now you need to find yourself balancing the two, making sure that you don't mix any roles and any roles that you are given in the institution. Because now I'm a student, at the same time, I need to sort of challenge other things from the management, which was a bit awkward for me, okay? But it's a role that one should take because it really challenges one to grow, okay? And also make sure that they are dealing with matters professionally. In terms of our National Development Plan, 2030, South Africa wants to see or wants to have 100 PhD holders per million people. Meaning that 100, when we're looking at 2030, is still going to be coming from the 60% that is highlighted at the moment, that 60% of people that are doing their PhDs, they are doing it part-time. And that in terms of the stats of that proportion, it has been like that for some time. Meaning that even in the next 5 years, maybe there will be a slight shift, but you still expect to have a larger proportion of people that are doing their PhD studies doing it part-time. That 100 that they are mentioning there is still going to come from those people. Okay? Meaning that I challenge everyone who's finding themselves in a role of being a support while they are pursuing their PhD studies. Soldier on. Continue, make sure that you achieve and you become of that good states in that 2030. Then how our institutions are actually going to sort of challenge, support, relook at how the progression in the academic space is currently viewed. Then how to support those ones who want to join the academia. For example, think about a case where, as where I'm seated at where I'm standing at the moment, I've been into the academic development access. In fact, I was doing 10 years this March at UG. If you think about it, when a certain post comes for maybe a lecturer one at a faculty level, it will require someone, maybe it will say masters. I'm just making an example for just a lecturer. It will say masters. Maybe a master's completed in the last 5 years. Mine is not in 5 years. What else maybe that we can think of? Maybe tutoring experience. Have you supervised? If it's a senior lecturer, if it's a senior lecturer post, it will say completed PhD, having supervised students at certain levels, which will be at honors and masters. And then it will also require you to have published. Okay. Then when you think about the academics, I mean, in terms of someone who's in the support, someone in the support space, these are things that people that are in the academia, they were actually, it was more part of their key performance areas. Okay. Then in your case, as someone who's coming from the support, where are you going to get these three? Yes, you can start your PhD, complete it, okay, have your own publications, okay. If we are not collaborating or there's no space for collaboration so that you can supervise or co-supervise, where are you going to get the other experiences? Meaning that that's where now that part of seeing other things as being a ceiling comes in. Those are things which I wish that our institutions could relook at them, maybe over time. Things that we don't normally share as students, especially those that are working while studying. Balancing the two is very demanding. It's very demanding and it's real. Sometimes you can find someone in your department who's not your mentor, I mean your supervisor, but sort of guiding you in other things that are outside of your studies. Take that opportunity. Take that opportunity as well. Meaning that have those mentors outside of that qualification, so that other things that are easy to discuss in the things that are not necessary or not assisting you to grow in the academic space. Maybe I'm the one who actually find that last one. Maybe sometimes I don't want to see my supervisor when things are not okay. I don't. Meaning that now it becomes a challenge if, let's say, you are working with someone who say, I will see him when he comes and see me. Meaning that even a semester can end without meeting with your supervisor. I don't know how can I change on that one, because personally I struggle with that. Then the things which I would like everyone to sort of talk about them, normalize them, is to talk about our career discussions, is to have that career discussion. Okay. Let's not, with our supervisors, let's not wait until they send you that document to say, can you please fill this progress report? Because sometimes you find out that maybe there are things that you could have addressed even before that progress report, and only to find that now we are going to be labeled as someone who's not performing in your academic studies, while it's some issues that could be addressed easily when you had that time-to-time discussion with your supervisor. Let's also have that one being normal, that not everyone is going to grow vertical to reach their final goal of their academic journey. There are people that will start, maybe spend some 5 years in a certain role, then maybe see that role as maybe no longer interesting. Then maybe later on they register for their postgraduate studies and continue until they reach their PhD studies. Okay. Also, let's also think about connecting each other in terms of resources. Staff needs to be aware of the assistance posting as well as staff development that has taken place in their space. Okay, that is our role as a students as student as well. Maybe here, how many of you informed your supervisor, if you're a student, that you are coming to this workshop? You did not inform them. Okay, meaning that you sort of view knowledge as the one that should come from supervisor to you, not either way. Because I would like to believe that supervisor as well, they have something that they could learn to such discussions. Meaning that sharing of knowledge, it should be something that is of a two-way rather than just a single-way movement. If possible, and have some time to focus on their studies as well. That will be happening in your space from academic space, meaning that now you can find yourself involving your manager to know exactly what is happening into your studies, because you cannot expect them to sort of give you time to focus on your studies while you don't give them feedback. Meaning that now your reporting will be as the one that is coming straight to your line manager, and the one that is actually needed by your supervisor. And you shouldn't find that as something that is maybe tiring or maybe a lot of work, because that they will be sort of need or keep you accountable of whatever time that you get, that you are given, so that you focus on your studies. Then as PhD student, connect your, for supervisors, make sure that you connect your students to professionals, developments, encourage them to participate in different roles where necessary. For those that are within, let's say, support or it could be academia, make sure that, let's say, you participate even in terms of committees. That will also make you to sort of understand even the institutional policies where you're actually working. Then also create a skills application. Allow students, if you're a supervisor, allow your students to participate in different committees. As a student, or and other people need to grow in that space. And no one will actually realize such potential except you as a student, me as a student, to say that, let me explore this area and see what it actually holds for me. That actually takes me to the end of what I wanted to share with you, but in a space where we actually view as the two roles, how can we sort of try to make sure that we work together? What are other areas that us as PhD candidates could actually explore? What are other opportunities that we could look at? And what role and what role our supervisors needs to play, and what role our institutions as well needs to play to support us in achieving the goals that we want to see for ourselves in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kessler. Let's give him another round of applause again. Thank you, Mr. Kessler, for those forward-looking insights. And you've reminded us, that a qualification is just not the endpoint. It is a gateway to broader opportunities and impact. And you've mentioned quite a lot of things, about the challenges that support staff actually do, experience. I myself, I'm support staff, and I am busy pursuing my PhD. So I relate to, most of the things that you've said, the challenges that we face, the challenges of feeling stuck, and some of the roles that, some support staff do held within the universities, they feel like, the roles that they hold are very rigid. There's no growth for them, So as you say that, supervisors also needs to create sort of like that platform for students, either be a student or support staff, to also grow. As you said, we need those opportunities either to publish, either, to be lecturing, but also sometimes it becomes difficult because it also brings it down to resilience, time management, and also trying to balance things that we have to do as academics, because most of us have families, we have family responsibilities, and we do have our studies plus work. So the amount of time that we put it within this certain activities is not the same, because most of the time you spend most of your time at work, between 8 to 4 years, spending 8 hours of your time here, then you have to go back home, try to be with family. You also need to balance work and study. So we really do appreciate your insights there, Mr. Keswa. So now we'll just take a short break. So let's just take a short break and just reflect on the insight that Mr. Keswa has shared with us. And let's just welcome ourselves and let's grab some coffee. Then we will be beginning with the second session after the break. So it's going to be like 10 minutes break. I think now it's 35. So let's revert back at 10:45. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
I don't think we've met before.
Yeah, that's a good meeting. Lauren.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Nandi. Yes.
Nice to meet you. So I was here to ask whether you will be presenting with lecture.
Yes, so technically share the presentation,
Okay.
but I'm just looking at my laptop because I have some notes in this version. Just
No, perfect. I don't.
That's right.
So we can.
Thank you for coming. Okay.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mr. Karana.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Clarence used to owe me something from last year.
We'll talk.
Do you know what you owe me?
Hey.
That's fine.
I left you.
That sounds scary.
It sounds
Yeah,
scary.
it does.
So how are we connecting?
Okay.
Are we Teams or
on Teams.
should I share on Teams?
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to share on Teams, then you will share those with the participants that are here with us. Then yeah.
Someone's hand is up on Teams. It's coming up. Yeah, that's something with a question.
Did mention that we will take questions after the presentation. So please mute mic on the other side. Let's ask him if
Who's sharing?
question. Let's take a look at this.
Oh, you're sharing.
I have a question.
just kick me out. But luckily, I'm not the one that's recording the sessions. Okay.
Just having a technical issues that they're trying to resolve.
Okay.
That will be able to decide.
Would there be honor students in this?
Not really. Under students, maybe they might, maybe. But you know, you just have to just as well.
Welcome back again to our session. Can all the participants hear me? The online participants, please kindly indicate with a thumbs up if you can all hear me.
The cable.
Should be sharing.
I think that's good.
Okay. To see again. Let's go this way.
Not here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will share this. Participants. Once you put your slides on presenter mode, you should be able to all see them from there. Okay, perfect. It's fine.
Can all the participants hear me? Please kindly indicate if you can all hear me online. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much and welcome back again to our session, which is the Supervisor Enrichment Program for support staff. And to my left here, I'm joined by Mr. Kalani and Dr. Nandarin from the just so here I'm joined by Dr. Nandarin Maestri, who's the director of the IPEM Institutional Research and Planning at the University of Johannesburg, and Mr. Kalani Mloiswa Klenin, institutional researcher here at the University of Johannesburg. And their topic that they will be discussing with us today is challenges faced by non-academic postgraduate staff and balancing work, studies, and life practical strategies. So their session basically will be about this session speaks directly to a reality of many of us navigating and juggling deadlines, responsibility, and perhaps a dissertation somewhere in between. So without any further ado, please kindly allow me to read over their bios. So Dr. Nandarin Maestri is the Director of the Institutional Research and Planning at the University of Johannesburg, here at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa, where she brings over 20 years of experience in higher education management. She holds a Doctor of Business Management in Higher Education Management from the University of Perth, UK, an MPhil in Energy Studies from the University of Johannesburg, a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Maestri's research interest includes strategic enrollment planning, systems thinking, strategic planning, and institutional effectiveness in resource constrained higher education context. And also, I would like, please allow me to read over Mr. Kalani's bio, who's an institutional researcher in the Division of Institutional Planning, Evaluation, and Monitoring here at the University of Johannesburg. She has presented at local and international conferences and published on student success, student experience, and youth behavior. From 2022 to 2024, she served on the Executive Committee of Southern African Association for Institutional Research. She is passionate about data visualization, advancing evidence-informed decision-making to support student success in higher education. She holds a master's degree in demographic population studies and a postgraduate diploma in business administration from the University of Witwatersrand. So without any further ado, please allow me, I'd like to hand over to you. You may now begin. Thank you so much.
Hey, you saw what our topic is, and I hope that, what we say can make an impact in what you are doing. I'm going to let Takalani start, but before we do that, we're going to ask you a few questions because we're very curious. The first one is how many of you, and we've already put this up on the chat, how many of you are in the room are doctoral students? Just by a show of hands. Okay. How many are masters? Okay. And anyone else? No? Honors? Okay. Okay. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. So we have a good spread here. How many of you are full-time students? Okay, that's impressive. That's quite a few. And I'm assuming the rest are part-time. How many of you have families that you're taking care of? In other words, the mother's hand is going out very quickly. Families, children, and things like that. Not that the others don't, because we all have families. But these are very important questions, and I see some hands going up and thumbs up as well. Then the last question is, how many of you are full-time employed? I know the full-time students, but how many are full-time employed? Okay, so quite a few. Did you say you're full-time student and full-time employed? Okay, that's an interesting combination, but we'll leave it at that. Thanks to the online participants as well for sharing their points there. And then just to quickly go around, no guarantees that we're going to remember any names, but I'd really like you to just say your name. That's all. If you feel like you want to say something else, you're very inspired, then you can. Just say your name, and we'll put you on in the spotlight and start from that side. Just your name.
Morning, everyone. My name is Harold Shew. I'm an education student in the Acting.
My name is.
There's someone else like this for parking.
Doc, sorry to just disturb you there. There is somebody that parked in I don't know who's driving a gray Polo, NV, who parked in the shelter parking. Is there anybody? A gray Polo, the number plate that begins with NV. I think they parked in the wrong parking space. Just to.
Is it definitely somebody in here?
Uh,
Because it doesn't seem.
yeah, it doesn't seem like that. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. You can.
We use students one of the
Even though you're a postgrad student, introduce yourself.
Good morning, guys. I'm a student, but I'm an intern working under the RCB.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Levison Mangwani. I'm part of the research capacity development unit.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jose Chujili. I am a support staff and a student as well, a staff student at the University of James.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prudence, and I am a master's candidate at the lecturing in geography at the James Department. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cleo. I'm a foreign student and the radio business at the Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am and I'm currently the PhD candidate at the Johannesburg Business School.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Empo. Master's student at engineering management.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Empo. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Religious Studies.
Hello everyone, my name is Francine. We're master students in the Department of Biotechnology and Physics campus. Good morning everyone, my name is Mabena Serena and I am currently studying honors in educational psychology social technologies. I need you represent.
Everyone, my name is Eric. Yes. I'm PhD candidate, School of Maths and Applied Mathematics at UG. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Mobile Aiken. I'm a PhD candidate within the Sociology Department. My study focuses on death and inheritance within functions. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Blessing. I'm a PhD student at the Chemical Science Department.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish we could do the same for the online candidates, but at this point in time, there's so many of you that I think we're going to take up most of our session introducing ourselves, but you're welcome to just put in your details and share with each other. But before we start, I want you all to give yourselves a round of applause. Reason, yes, thank you, online, give yourselves a round of applause, because the reason I say that is you came here today. There are many, many students. You know, one of my other hats in this job that I do is dealing with enrollment. And we have like thousands of students who are doing a doctorate, who's doing masters. Perhaps many of them couldn't make it today, but the point is you made it. Okay, and I think that that is an important point to note. So we're going to also introduce ourselves. I'll let Takalani start and then I'll carry on.
Okay. Good morning. Is the camera at the right place? Somebody just said, can the camera be switched back on?
Yeah.
Is it fine? Okay. Good morning, everybody, in person and online. My name is Takalani, as already mentioned. I'm an institutional researcher here at the University of Johannesburg. This is my amazing boss. She doesn't like being called boss though. But I report to her. I report to her. And I studied at Wits. I have a master's in demography and population studies as well as an honors. And I did my undergrad there as well. And this particular session today, I was very hesitant to come to this session when I was first invited. When Nkosi invited me, I said, no, I can't. I'm a struggling postgrad student. I cannot be there. I can't teach anyone anything because I'm also on the struggle bus. But as you speak to more and more postgrad students, you'll realize we're all on the same struggle bus. And yeah, I appreciate Dr. Maestri, who encouraged me that let's do this. And she took the lead. And yeah, as somebody who already has a doctorate, she'll be spearheading this. So while this session matters to me personally, I'm living this balancing act in real time, just like most of us here. I understand the pressure of meeting work responsibilities while trying to grow academically and stay focused on the long-term goal, which is completing our studies. I may not be at the end yet, but I have learned that progress is possible, even when the journey feels slow, demanding, as well as unseen.
Thanks, Takalani. So I'm in the completed doctorate section, which is sometimes I remember the first day that somebody called me Dr. Maestri, and it was like, you know, a surprise almost, like, oh, you can call me Dr. Maestri. It's been a couple of years. I graduated in 2020, so it's been 6 years. I'm the director of the Institutional Research and Planning section. I have a DBA, not a DBM, as Lauren said, from the University of Bath in the UK. Now that's a bit unusual, right? I didn't study at UJ, but what UJ did is they nominated me for this funding opportunity. So you would think, how did I get there and come back and, do all of these things? It was a joint program between the university, Nelson Mandela University, and the Department of Higher Education and Training and University of Bath, obviously. The funding was provided by the DHET, and then there were these two universities. The department sent out a call to universities to nominate people. And we were so fortunate because ours was the first cohort. They took another cohort and then they realized they had no money to spare and they stopped the program. So it's very unfortunate, but I was really a fortunate person to go through that. Why this session matters to me, I'll always think of the mom first. And, at that time I started, I had two young sons who are now, my youngest son turned 18 on Sunday, and my eldest son is going to turn 20 in a week. I had manager's responsibilities at work, sacrifices along the way. At the time, I didn't think that there were sacrifices, but there were many, many sacrifices that you will be making because it's a part of this process. And it was a journey. But that journey was actually invisible to a lot of people around me. They didn't understand what I was going through. And sometimes also to myself, you said a similar thing, right? You feel like nobody really sees what you're going through. And the last point is the most important. If I could do it, you can. You definitely can. It was one of the things that I remember thinking before I even registered. But there are people that I know who have done a doctorate. Surely it must be possible. Okay, so we'll, sorry, I keep thinking that I need to change it. So just to get us onto the right path here, the whole idea really is that we're not here to tell you, okay, this is what you need to do. We're not here to tell you, this is what helped me. You can do it. It will help you. You have your own context, and I don't understand it. Okay. But we want to be clear about what we all are walking into today. So if you look at this, is what it is not, what our talk is not about. It's not a checklist. We're not going to give you a plan and say, this is the plan you need to follow it and you'll pass your doctorate. No, that's not what we're going to do. And we're not going to pretend that the difficulty disappears because it does not. It's here with you. As a doctoral student, I mean, there's quite a few doctoral students there, here as well. It stays with you for a number of years, and how you create that momentum and continue is a big thing. And the session is actually not only for those who might be struggling, even though I do believe that all postgrad students might be struggling. It's for anyone who's carrying a dual load. This word dual is very important. You're not just a staff member, you are also a student. And put those together, and that's what we're going to try to manage and understand. So what is the session? It's a session that is honest. You will get our honest opinion. It's grounded in our real experience. And it's a space where your expertise as a staff member, a student, is not just a footnote. Those footnotes that I have to sometimes put just to read because they're so tiny. You're not a footnote. This is your journey. And it's time that we also owned it as we went along. It's an opportunity also to problem solve because these are the things. Sitting in this room with peers, it makes such a big difference. It really does. I had a DBA that was actually, it was a taught DBA. So we would go to the University of Bath and have these sessions and things like that. And just being a part of a cohort made a big difference. Okay. So let's start with something that I don't think gets spoken about enough, and that is the dual identity. You are living two lives at the moment. You are living one as a professional staff member. So as a professional staff member, I can walk into a room and people will take me seriously. They know this is Nandarani. People call me different things, but the main one is Nandi. So if you need to call me something, call me Nandi. And I have my experience. I've actually been at this university for too long to mention. But you know, people take me seriously, they value my opinion, etc. So we are given that feeling of being competent. It's a visible role, it's measured, and so you know, the institution knows who I am. And then there's another life, a life in which I'm meant to be a scholar. And when I went through it, it was actually quite difficult to feel like I was a scholar. At every moment, I was thinking about this doctorate. It was like this, you know, real monkey on my back. And colleagues, those in the institution around you, they are not going to necessarily understand this. They are not going to. If you're a full-time student, maybe it's a bit different. Okay, maybe, but not always. Because you also have other people, like, for example, family, who don't understand what you're going through. You know, I remember attending, it was some session that we were on, and possibly something like this, where the person who was presenting said, how many of your partners actually understand what you're going through? How many of them actually understand what you're going through, like internally? I honestly could say at that point, no, my partner didn't understand what I was going through at that time. So that life is sort of invisible. And that invisibility comes even to oneself. You know, I used to feel invisible at times, being in these multiple roles. So like I said, I was a mom, I was a manager, and my research used to happen, you know, they say that to do a doctorate, you have to find a specific gap. Otherwise, you can't do it. You know, and then you start searching for this gap. You know, maybe in the sciences it's easier. I don't know. But in my research, it wasn't a science-based exercise because I was now doing stuff in sort of education and management. It's actually higher education management. That was my area. But that gap is actually a reality in our heads because it's a gap that we fill in our lives. We have these different gaps. We could be sitting at a table and having a meal, and then all of a sudden we remember something about our doctoral study. And so that is actually very real. I'm not talking about the actual gap that you're doing in your study, but these moments in which your mind goes to your study are also very real and there in your life. So yeah, the cost of invisibility is very real. You start to feel as though you're failing in both directions at once. Anyone feel like that at any point in time with regard to their studies? You don't have to put up your hand. But it's not a sign that you're doing it wrong. It's actually the result of a system that's designed, but not necessarily all the time for you in your particular context. Okay. So yeah, we can carry on, and I'm going to hand you over to Takalani.
Yeah. So I think the issue around workload versus research expectation, I think it's a big challenge for all of us who are employed and studying. And I think it's really come up. I think Mr. Kesha did a good job at unpacking that as well. At work, you have many demands when it comes to meetings and deliverables and reporting cycles. In our domain, so during certain periods of the year, we know that there are things that we need to provide when it's time for the KPIs. It's a non-negotiable period when it comes to some of our deliverables. And that obviously has an impact on how we show up as postgraduate students when it comes to our research. Certain periods in my career in that particular year are just not viable periods for certain research activities. I think the day just drains me so much that I have to now rethink what can I do in my research that that I can manage within what I'm going through. Sometimes my work sort of feeds into my after hours. Dr. Maestri always calls me out for that as much as she can, but sometimes it's just not practical. I need to get some work done after hours, and after hours is supposed to be my time. It's supposed to be the time that I work on my research activities. So that's always a big challenge for those of us who are employed. And it's hard to be fully present as well as professionally accountable. So Dr. Maestri might be used to me showing up as a certain person with a certain standard. And during certain times in my research, I have to dedicate so much time that I won't always show up in that best way, you know? So those are always spaces that we need to manage as people who are working as well as studying. And then there's the challenge of having limited access to some academic privileges. So things like time, I think everybody has a challenge with time, whether you're working full-time or studying full-time or studying part-time. Time is, you know, it's a commodity. So you need to make sure you check how you can maximize the time that you have. Your research competes directly with your job, and you have to find a way to manage these two jobs. And one of them sometimes will suffer if you're gonna have to work a 9 to 5, at 5 o'clock when you come back home to start tapping into your research, you're literally tired. You're starting off as a very tired human being. But also you can look at how can you work your research into your day? What can you negotiate with your managers? I think Mr. Kehla spoke about sort of negotiating flexibility. For some people I know, they try to negotiate where possible in their work. They try to negotiate, can I use the first 3 hours of my working day for my research and then the rest of the day for work, and I will push to later into the day as well. So if those things are possibilities, then you can also try and tap into that. Funding, as we all know, it's a big one for especially those of us who are studying part-time. Most of the funding opportunities by bodies like the NRF, they are limited to full-time studies, and also getting access to conference grants, writing retreats, they're quite hard for part-time students. But I know at UJ we do have, I think the postgrad school sometimes hosts writing retreats. I don't know if they still do that. So if those kind of opportunities come up, try to tap into them, try to negotiate with your employers, because it's 3 days off or 3 or 4 days of attending a writing retreat. You might not necessarily want to use maybe your study leave or vacation leave. Try to speak to employers about how you can work around those things. We also have the Division for Teaching Excellence. They sometimes host events such as writing retreats, and they sometimes have some funding calls for things like conferences. So you can just explore those areas to see if you possibly qualify. They do have some that are open to professional staff. So you can just check on that, but it has to be professional staff employed at UJ. So just see if that's possible. And also building community can be hard. I think for those of us who are employed within the university space, it can be an advantage, but having a community is very difficult when you're studying part-time. Maybe the only maybe you're the only student that you sort of know in your space, unless your supervisor follows different supervision models like group supervision where you meet other students as well. I've learned now to tap into other community members. I have a community through people at another office, 2 other colleagues who work, but are also studying at the university doing their PhDs. Resources, that can also be a challenge for us who are working part-time, especially those who might not be based at the university. Getting access to things like the library and the library databases, not always straightforward if you are not physically here on campus. The PGS also hosts various activities, webinars. They have resources, but I know they also have some kind of a study center. I don't know if it's this room or downstairs, but that's only available during the week and until a certain time. So that becomes a challenge for us who are part-time. But then the library is also available for us until I think 10 o'clock during the week, as well as the postgrad hubs within the library. And faculties and libraries, they run various activities, but they might not always be accessible to us. But I think nowadays with all the recordings, it works out better for us.
Oh, this is fine.
Yes.
Listening very intently to Takalani's. Okay, so this is another topic that I don't think gets enough, airtime. Let's say it like that. because that relationship that you have with your supervisor, I don't know about you, but I felt completely dependent on them at the beginning. It was like this person determined whether I was going to pass or fail, which in part for a doctorate is true. But in another way, it actually wasn't true, because your development is such that you start off quite naive as a scholar, you know, and then you start to read and you start to build your knowledge in a specific subject. And a certain way down, you know, that path, you actually start to feel a bit more confident. So it carries some complexity, however. If your supervisor is in your department, like, I mean, I don't know if your supervisor is in your department. No, separate, that's good. Anyone who has a supervisor in their department, there you go. As well, right? It's a complicated situation because now you have those two roles, like I said, where you show up as a staff member and then you also have to show up as a scholar. If structurally your doctorate fulfills the criteria of what you're doing in work, then that works, you know. But if it's not, it adds a bit more complexity to that whole relationship. Yeah, so, you know, I always think about these two situations where I picture two people standing, you know, in front of each other, facing each other, because that's what it can potentially be. It's like a face-off, right? And you need to walk forward in these two areas, but you're stuck at times, and you can't move. So, yeah, that's an important point. Then there is another point, and that's, what do I have here? Okay, the other point is when supervision is not very frequent. We run a survey at in our department called the Postgraduate Experience Survey. And one of the questions is, how often do you communicate with your supervisor? So do any of you communicate weekly with your supervisor? No? Nobody? You do? Okay. Every 2 weeks? Yes? Every day? Every day. There you go. I mean, look at the this illustrates such an important point. Communication with the supervisor is different. I have a staff member in my department, there's two staff members who are doing doctorates, Takalani and Darlington, who I think is in your department, if I'm not mistaken, Vitakwa. But anyways, you're a student, so you might not know about each other. And he has a meeting every single week on a Friday, and he has to present certain things, and it's like a whole formalized situation, you know. And by the way, he's meant to be a part-time student, but he's trying to push in a way that he completes in as short as time as possible. So communication does make a difference. Now, the thing I wanted to mention about the supervisor-student relationship is that I used to, by the way, work at the postgrad school. Don't know any of the colleagues sitting in the back. We never had, for most of the time when the postgrad school started, we just had a funding section, the capacity development section, which wasn't very well, there weren't that many staff members, and we had our director. Anyways, it was still building up. This was, I'm talking about like more than 10 years ago, okay? And at that time, I used to deal with the funding management part of things. And these students would come in to sign, you know, their progress reports and all sorts of things like that. And you could physically see in the student that they didn't have that confidence in the student-supervisor relationship that they could have had. Now, I felt that they could have improved their confidence in that relationship, but they obviously didn't. They felt in one sense, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Please just, you know this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it almost felt like they felt disempowered. They felt disempowered, like if I say the wrong thing, then my supervisor might take it in the wrong way. So that point about communication is very important. I mean, you are all adults and, you know, you can communicate in a good way and things like that. But you shouldn't feel like if you say something wrong, then it's going to be held against you. Okay, so that's an important point. The other point that I wanted to mention is that there is something called do you know what it is? Student supervisor agreement. Yeah, there's a document, a student supervisor agreement. Have all of you signed it? Yes. Everyone? Anyone who didn't sign it? No. Okay, well done. Because that's very important. And when you sign it, don't just sign and read it as well, so that you also understand what is expected of you, what's expected of your supervisor. I think that's important. I think I'll hand over to you. Oh, I still have something to say. Okay. So, yeah, this is going to be something difficult for us to digest, but the system was not built for us with our context. I think I said that in the beginning as well. We have deadlines, we have registration times, we have funding cycles, we have writing retreats, all these different things, but they are not mapped according to your life, according to your deadlines, according to your meetings in your diary. I remember having to cancel so many interviews that I had scheduled, and it was really a problem at that time because meetings would come up and I couldn't say no to them because they were, you know, being handled by somebody much senior than me. So they were actually designed, but they were designed for various purposes. Remember that you have an institution. Now, we would all love to be able to register at any point in time in the year, right? We would. But the university is not going to allow that. They have specific registration periods, and that's fine. The other complication, by the way, about that is that there's only a certain number of places in a program. How about that? I don't mean to scare you. And it's got nothing to do with anything. I mean, recently my one child said, so do you register like a certain group of people more than the other? And I said, no, we have 10 spaces. Whoever the faculty chooses goes into those 10 spaces and then we fall. So that's the other thing, that there's institutional parameters that we have to fill into. And it is more designed for full-time students. You know, it's not going to be like, okay, you know, there's a part-time student, let's design it according to that. And for many of you, that's just not what you are going to go through. So what it means is that there's administrative and procedural burdens that fall on you. You don't fall into a standard mold. You know, you're not like a jelly and then you come out as a jelly. No, you have your own context. But again, I'm going to bring up that point about communication. It is so important. If there is a problem in life, then you have to be able to claim it and say it to your supervisor or whoever it is. And if you read to the last point, the system is not broken for everyone. Just those of us navigating it from the support staff perspective. How many of you can relate to that? You know, you can relate to that, right? Because the system is sometimes what actually gets us. So it's not a personal gap, it's a structural gap. A structural gap. Okay, so now we're going to do an exercise just to break things up a little. And those of you online, please, if we can ask you to also do it. We're going to do this pressure map. Does everybody have a pen and page? Everyone? So, the thing about this is that we want you to kind of connect with people around you. So, can I put you in circles? The two of you can connect, the two of you can connect, the two of you, maybe you can connect with them, and then two of you, and two of you. Does everybody have a partner? Okay, so the two of you here, and then the two of you. Okay, sure. Yeah, you all can connect. And then the two of you, and then the two of you. Is that okay? Okay, good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have these three circles. And we're going to try to identify where are the pressures right now in our life. Okay, so right now, where do our pressures sit? So you're going to have these three circles. Okay, so you're forming your own look.
Sorry, actually.
Everybody gets those three circles down. And a piece of paper. The one right at the end is
Online.
life.
For online.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
The second circle is studies, and the third is work.
Okay, so it's just gonna create a breakaway room.
Centric circle. Okay? Oh, we have a start. Okay. So I wanted to have a conversation with your team member about the pressures that you are experiencing right now in your life. So you discuss it and you identify the area where there's an overlap that's causing the most friction. An example, I always use my children as an example. That was a real point of friction for me, not being a mother to them as much as I wanted to. And that's step 2. And then the third step is going to be that we're going to ask you to just, from where you are seated, just tell us 1 or 2 things that you have discussed. Okay, so any questions about the exercise? No?
We'll give it 5 minutes.
Give it 5 minutes.
There's a question there. No, but no.
Oh, dear. I'm so sorry. Can I ask you to start with him? Sorry about that. I thought you were part of the. Yes. I know we're feeling a bit hot.
I can. Well.
Okay, so we're gonna just randomly choose a group and ask you exactly what you'll discuss. Maybe we'll start at the back there.
Actually, it's just about life experience and ourselves. So ending by don't making work. Ending by we need to make some time management. So dealing with the pressure, dealing with any difficult.
I love that concept, time management, but each one of us has our own way of being able to deal with that. And I think that that's such an important point, that we have to manage our time. Anything else from your group? Okay. And you?
Okay, on our side, what we actually found to be overlapping parts that we're both studying. Yes, at the moment, for a part that is most worrying for me is actually on the life. But on my side, on my side at the moment is that part of the life, because it's that holiday, meaning that my kids are not going to school and they're on holiday. Meaning that now I'm trying to balance the studies at the same time they are here disturbing all those things. Then on her side, she's trying to make sure that she balanced the studies and work. Then that part of is that part of our studies.
Yeah. And just out of curiosity, so what are you going to do with your children during their holidays? You're going to do your doctorate, you're going to do activities with them, and yeah.
I need to find some time to be with them as well. And they're still young, in that you cannot just say that they're going to see themselves or they're going to be alone. You cannot just leave them alone. Yes.
But remember, the interesting thing about children is when they see a parent doing something that's really difficult, that also makes an exception. Because that guilt that I used to have as a mom is very real. But there came a point where I thought, oh, okay, they're also seeing me to do something, difficult. But I hear you. You have to be able to balance and feel like a parent as well. And it's great.
We have so many pressure points.
Yeah.
So in my instance, that on life, that's where my pressure is. I've experienced a lot of death in the past year. So it's death upon death upon death. And it's all close family members. So you can't disassociate and just focus on the studies and on work. If my life, that's where the pressure is, everything off shuts down. And then with my colleague over here, for her, the pressure comes with being present for her studies, right? But then there's also that guilt where she's a mom as well. She's also a wife. There's that yearning that I wish I pursued my structural degree before everything else. I could just focus on me and just leave it, right? But then now I have to negotiate. If her child is sick, I cannot focus on anything else. Solely a mom. So life studies and work, she has to jump in and be with. With my colleague at the back, her pressure point is with her studies. Like she faced a lot of resistance. There's the supervisor-student relationship. That's also the biggest problem. How do I speak? Right? And if I do speak, will it impact how I progress? If I don't speak, I suffer in silence. So for us, that's just basically it.
Thank you. All of you have brought up really good points. Thank you. And it's real, right? Sitting with the supervisor, not knowing what to say, feeling like you might be judged. It's very real. It's all very real. Would you like to contribute?
Yes. So on our end, we decided that each of us are going to express what our pressure brings up. So I'm going to start off by saying, me and my colleague over here have the same, we could be somewhat resonate in terms of our pressure points, which are based on our studies. Because it's our first time doing research. We don't really know how to navigate through how things are done. There's a lot of forms that we need to fill out. We don't know where to start. And that has really been a part that creates a lot of pressure. Yes, there is support from our supervisors, but of course, the supervisor agreement, I believe, they can't be there all the time to walk you through everything. However, it's that challenge of having to know what is that required of you and being able to fully be present and deliver. So,
my question would be steps basically creating the balance between work and studies. Studies demand a lot, and work almost escalated to my choices as I'm employed for. Other than that, if I can be able to manage that everything, and again, the supervisor, well, I wish it could be available more. And it's a lot of students, and it's difficult with that instead. But sometimes, yeah, if you send an email, it's a lot of time to do. To respond, then it takes a lot of time. Wow.
and then you end up feeling like
Exactly. You don't even know how to continue because you're not even sure if you know what happens.
just to add on to what Linda has just said, I like what the first speaker said about himself, that he likes to have that regular interaction with the supervisor. I'm also like that. I can recall. However, like I said, what Linda has just said, we're not that fluent with this treatment as we would like. And I think most of the time, anything about you. Sometimes I'll take you Are you sorry? I'm just
I think it's unfortunate. Short. So very starting from life, we feel that our agents at this moment to be out. Families, cars, houses. You are that. It just puts pressure on us. I think the only thing that much, you'll just tell you this what you do, then that's it. So if you want to continually follow him, then you just know his stance. There, supervisor is always checking.
Yes. Supervisor makes a very big, but remember that you also can't change your supervisor. They are who they are. So perhaps you need other mechanisms of being able to have other people in your life that you can see to. I remember I had two supervisors, but they were still not enough. I had others who I could speak to. Online.
Yes, so we have two comments from online. Asad Khan said, for me personally, work and studies become all encompassing and life takes a back seat. Balance between the three spheres or even two of the spheres seems impossible most of the time. And the Atso Ramalepe said, I personally think that if your life is not organized, everything will fall apart. By the time one decides to accept a challenge, one must have already done some personal housekeeping, a system which evolves around one's work, life, and the new challenge, studies.
Thank you. Thanks a lot to those online. Are we able to get one person online to speak? Or no? You can? Can we get somebody very brave in the online audience? I see a hand go up. NG, can you unmute that person?
They can
You can
unmute.
They can
unmute.
unmute themselves.
Thank you, thank you
NG, you're
so
unmuted.
much.
Sorry, we can't see your name.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
I am Nametseho Gumbi. Okay. I've just completed my PhD. So now what was my pressure, my pressures? So my pressures came from all these three spheres: work, studies, and life. So I will just pick an example, for example, from life. When I was writing my thesis, for example, I had an operation for bilateral hip. So that type of a life experience, it hits you, because now I had to undergo an operation. I was on wheelchair for some time. So it's some of the unexpected life experiences that can also put pressure on your studies. But what I then did, I just had to pressure on and continue writing the thesis. Now, from the work perspective, is that at certain work environments that we are in, I was finding myself having to travel a lot in terms of my work. That was some sort of a pressure, because as you travel, you don't have the resources that you have access to while you are at home. And even the support system that you are leaving your kids at home, which you are missing, because as a mother, you are the key, you play a key role in their life, especially while they're still young and going to school. So that's how then work affected everything. But then from the studies perspective, as was said earlier, what helped a lot is from the constant communication, the weekly meetings with my supervisors, because on times where one was down, one was hit by work pressures, one was hit by life pressures, then the supervisor at least came in to ease that pressure by just because if what is not measured, you often get off route and forget what is it that you are supposed to be submitting. But then that weekly constant communication with the supervisor ensured that we are at least meeting our targets on a weekly basis. Thank you
so much. We really appreciate you giving us that feedback. Makes a big difference, and I'm sure everybody can relate to it. The one story I thought of is when they used to fly us to the University of Bath, then we used to stay at a hotel called Travel Lodge. It's a brand that's in the UK. And my kids were young. I mean, I started this journey in 2016. That is 10 years ago. And that means my sons were 8 and 10. Can you imagine that? And I remember being on the phone in the evening, making sure that my one son had completed his homework and actually going through his homework with him. Talk about parental responsibility. But that's an example. So thank you. I'm going to hand you over to, it's still me. Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, so we're going to the next segment now. We're reframing the challenge. We already understand that it's not personal failures, it's structural problems, okay? The second is strategies will not eliminate the difficulty, but they can make it more, we can navigate it maybe easier. And the last is what follows is honest and experience tested. So I'm going to hand you over to Takalani for that.
Okay, yeah, so the next section is on protecting your research time, which is, a critical part of the journey for us because we don't necessarily have designated times. I remember when I was a master's student, I was a full-time student staying at Res on campus. So every day just looked like waking up, going to the graduate center, doing my research the whole day and coming back. I had community. I had everything. But now we need to build in that research time. And with building your research time into your schedule, you need to have boundaries. And boundaries now are not an option or a luxury. Its boundaries are now a scholarly strategy. And you need to protect them as much as you can and as much as you would protect any professional commitment. And I think that's one of the things I struggled with at the beginning of my studies, where I would always have an excuse of, but I need to finish these reports before the end of the week. So I'm just going to continue working every day, even in the evenings, until I can get that done. And then all of a sudden, my studies would just fall behind because every day I would have an excuse of, okay, no, just need to get through this bit of work again. By the time I'm done with that bit of work, I just don't have the energy anymore. So it's important to have the boundaries of, okay, this is when my work day would end and this is when my study time would begin. And sometimes I do work in the morning, so I would make sure that in the morning, dedicate that time and do my studies then. So it's important to identify what is your most productive time of the day and defend it consistently against the competing demands. So if your working time is going to be from 6 to 8 before you start work, make sure that you commit to that time. Make sure that you wake up on time and you are ready and you know exactly what you're going to be doing at 6 o'clock. And if your one colleague who is traveling and is in a different time zone is sending you an email at 6 o'clock, you need to be able to resist the temptation of, let me first answer that email. It's your time. And even when you're on study leave, it's important to be able to do those things. Having short, consistent writing sessions, this outperforms sporadic. Back. I don't need to. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Just ask if they can.
Online, can you hear us?
Yeah, now we can hear, but for the past few seconds, we're not hearing anything.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so as I was saying, it's important to have, short, consistent writing sessions, even if it's trying to do 30 minutes a day or an hour of work a day. Progress over perfection, that's one thing Dr. Maestri always calls me out for. When she knows I have a deadline and she's like, have you submitted? I'm like, no, not yet. I think I'm going to need an extension. I'm going to need an extra week. There's a time where you just have to just let it go. You just have to accept that this is what I've done and it's best for me to just submit and not hold back. Communicating your research time to colleagues, friends as a commitment and not as an apology. It's also something I've had to deal with, having other competing social demands. I'm part of a book club, and at the beginning, I would still attend book club consistently. But the truth is, I really didn't have the time to be reading all the books and attending all the meetings. And then I had to prioritize, okay, which meetings and which books am I going to attend, how many times a year? When it comes to friends, now I have to decide when is the best time to see friends. I can't see friends every weekend. Nowadays, I've determined, okay, I work Monday to Saturday, so I can see friends on Sunday after church. Yes, that's the time. And also, if you are employed performance management, if it's possible to incorporate your studies as part of your performance management, where even if it just accounts for 5% of your performance management, and your line manager can keep you accountable as to the progress you are making, that can really help you with protecting your research time. And then some steps to protecting your research time. So blocking out research time. So when you know that, okay, I work best at a certain time, whether it's 6 to 8 in the morning or from 8 to 11 at night. So putting that in your calendar. I love using my Google Calendar. It's color coded with, okay, work activities, personal activities. those kind of things. So I have blocked out for specific days where I know I definitely have the time that, okay, on a Monday and a Tuesday, I definitely can do 6 to 8. And on a Thursday evening, I can definitely do this. So block out research times in your calendar and try to commit to them. Secondly, identify one research goal that you want to meet every week, and also try break it down into manageable tasks. At the beginning, I used to just know I need to complete a proposal, but it was actually such a big task that it was almost like paralyzing me. And when I started breaking things down into tasks in my planner, it was okay. Okay. Yeah, so breaking your tasks down into manageable tasks. So if you know that, okay, part of the background, I need to work on this and this and this, it really helps you to, like just feel encouraged when you know I've done one thing. And if that one thing is just writing 2 paragraphs, then you know it's something that has been done. And also preparing your tasks before each session. So when you know I've got 3 study sessions or research sessions this week, what exactly can I aim to achieve during this particular research sessions? It helps you that when you start working, you don't have to first think about, okay, so what do I actually need to do today? So prepare beforehand. I always make sure that on a Sunday evening, I take some time to plan out what am I going to do this week? When exactly am I going to do it? And also try to track your progress and celebrate small wins. This was something that I also didn't do at the beginning. And then I realized, just tracking the fact that I actually wrote 300 words, in the past 2 days. That is a win, because the PhD or the research process, it's such a long process that it's such a long journey. You're only going to get your acknowledgement at your next supervision meeting or when you finish your degree. So find ways to celebrate your own small wins. If your small win today is that you understood an article that was so difficult for you to process, that's a win for you. And what I do is I have an Excel template where the first column has the date, and then the task of the day, and then a reflection at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, I'll reflect on what happened. So if that particular day I was joining a virtual research community and working on a specific aspect of my research, then I'll reflect, how did that actually go for me? Was it useful? What did I struggle with? And it's really nice to go back and look at how you've been experiencing things and how you are growing in that process. And lastly, be intentional. Be intentional about, protecting your research time, about making time for your research. It's very hard, as we know, because you come back home, you're tired, you've got every reason to not work on your research after when you come back from work. You can find a reason, a dirty cupboard, food that, something that you need to do. So you really need to be intentional that, okay, I've said I'm going to do this and I have to do it. Some tools and techniques to optimize your research time. So having a planner or making use of project management tools like Trello or Notion. With Notion, you can even build your own project management templates or purchase some or use some of the available ones. Microsoft Excel, very simple, basic, build what you want. Create your own Gantt chart in Microsoft Excel. What are your research goals for the year? How do you want to meet them? Or your daily tracker, you can do that. Having reference management software. At UJ, we subscribe to EndNote. There are workshops available through the library. They run them throughout the year. They offer support with EndNote. There's also Zotero, which is open access. I actually prefer Zotero. I don't use EndNote, only because I've been using it longer and I can manage multiple projects in there. And then developing a literature matrix. So this is it's like a table, just put together a table. In the interest of space, I just put 4 columns, but you can have as many columns as you need, where you'll have an author, the theme of the paper, the aim of the paper, the methods. Maybe you need to include a framework or key findings or the gap in the paper. And this kind of thing just helps me, after reading one article, think about, and I'm lazy to write, and I think, okay, let me force myself to write something. Just pull out what were the key things from that article. And as you go, you literally can just keep reading, capturing, and you basically have all the literature that you've been reading. Another one is using the Pomodoro technique, which I've put there, which is like a productivity technique where you set aside a task that you need to do. You set a timer for yourself, can be 25 minutes, 45 minutes. There are actually even Pomodoro apps nowadays where you download the app and then You set the timer, and then it does a timer for you. It blocks out certain apps if you need to do that. And then you work on the task. I find this particularly useful in the mornings when it's before work and I have to force myself to like do something for 30 minutes. I just quickly read an article for 30 minutes. So Pomodoro comes in handy. And then we also have the UJ Digital Scholarship Sphere through the library where you can access various tools. I know one of them is Inago Read, as well as Trink AI and various others. And then with regards to working with your institution, you need to make sure you just know your rights as a registered postgraduate student, even as a part-time student. There are rights that you have. Find out what policies apply to you, especially in terms of study leave provisions, library access, number of books you can access, full-time, part-time, or as a staff member. Student protections are not limited to full-time students alone. Make use of the available structures. I think UJ has so many resources for postgraduate students as well as for staff who are enrolled for postgrad studies. So make use of that through the PGS. I remember last year I attended so many workshops and webinars through the PGS. As well as the library, HR policies, employee wellness through the employee wellness division at UJ. They have access to counseling and all of that. And use them before you reach a crisis point, not after. And also try to have your conversations earlier. So talk to your line manager proactively, not reactively. Frame your research as a professional development asset, and negotiate time where possible. And we've spoken about this before. And then your peer community. So yeah, so your peer community, having writing accountability partners as well as groups, these really provide rhythm and external commitment. I remember at the beginning of this year when I joined one research group that meets every Saturday morning online from 10 until 12. It really pushed me into, because I would struggle with working on weekends because I would start off my day, start off with some life admin, do some groceries, and then come back. And then I was like, oh, I'm so tired, I can't do anything. Then it's like, okay, the day's gone. And after joining the writing group, it's really helped me to just stay on track, committing to a specific time, knowing that 10 o'clock need to be online for the online check-in, and then we start working until 1 o'clock. And I think having those kind of that kind of motivation, it just pushes you to keep working. So even on weekends where I was super tired, I really was still encouraged knowing somebody's actually waiting for me to come online. Like I have friends who are saying, hey, you haven't joined the group. Where are you? What's going on? Informal networks of fellow staff students. These offer a specific kind of solidarity that well-meaning friends and family cannot. Sometimes our friends and family might not necessarily understand what we're going through. But social support and scholarly communication, scholarly community are both necessary. They are not interchangeable. And you cannot sustain this in isolation, and you should not have to try.
So when Takalani and I were looking through these slides, and she was talking about that social support, I think, I was realizing how I would never have been able to complete my doctorate were it not for my mother-in-law. Really, I would never have been able to, because I knew my children were taken care of. But besides that, they had food to eat as well. And my partner, she had so much to do with it. She passed away in 2020, not from coronavirus, but anyways, she passed away. But it's those types of people that you really have to hold on to in your life, because they can get you through. Remember, it's a journey that you're not doing on your own, okay? And for me, it was my mother-in-law and others as well, but you have to find those people for yourself. You have to find them. And actually, in one sense, they will come up, by themselves. So what are we talking about here? We're not talking about something that is a practical strategy, because can you call your emotions something practical? Maybe, your emotions is something practical, but the emotional weight of that dual role is quite a burden to bear. And imposter syndrome, it's not a unique thing. Maybe you've heard about it.
I remember not hearing about it. And then when I first heard about it, I'm like, I'm an imposter. You know, I've always felt like an imposter, but this is actually a syndrome. It's just the way things happen. You feel like you're an imposter, right? I don't know if you've ever watched this one video. It's a TED talk called Fake It Till You Make It. Is that the name of the talk? I don't know, but her essential message was fake it until you make it. You act in that role until you become that person that you want to be. And it's actually a really good talk that you can also listen to. You know, and I think that weight is particularly heavy because there's a competence that defines you at work. And then there's one you're trying to develop as a scholar. And that's what tends to cause problems. In this presentation, I learned about identity exhaustion because in all of this time that you're having these dual roles, it's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting. And that's the emotional burden that is a part of this PhD journey that you are going through, you know. And yeah, somewhere in between, you're trying to hold it together, you know, barely. You're trying to hold it together. The other point is about self-compassion. And just to make sure you understand the whole point about self-compassion, I mean, right, today you could have said, no, I don't have to come to the workshop. I'm giving you an example. Not everybody could make it, but you made the commitment to come. And in one sense, I personally feel that this is a part of your self-compassion, seriously. You know, to be sitting amongst people who are going through exactly the same issues as you are is taking care of yourself. Because remember, it's not just about your studies, it's also about you as a person. And so, yeah, self-compassion is also often misunderstood because sometimes it's like, oh, I need to be compassionate to myself, so I'll lower my expectations of myself. No, it's not that. It's about taking care of yourself. And that's the point about having that momentum. Because at UJ, we have students who are taking many years to complete a doctorate, many years, right? We have some students who are in their 6th year. It happens because we are people, we have all sorts of things going on in life. It happens. But if you can hold on to that self-compassion and continue, then you have the power to sustain what you need to do. And I think Takalani also mentioned this, that UJ has some schemes that you can use and use it early. You know, don't get to the point of breaking. If you get to the point of breaking, then that's the way it is, but use it consistently. And I want to tell you about something that the PGS actually had. It was a program of counselors for PhD students. I don't know if Lawrence, I don't know if you still have those doctoral counselors, but they were actually paid to be doctoral counselors. And so I had a counselor. I actually had a counselor. Now, you might not find them at the PGS, but you may need to find them somewhere in your life. If they're a professional counselor, then, you know, use that avenue as well. Yeah, just try to use them earlier, not as the last resort. Okay, I think we're almost at the end. It's not going to take too long, and I think we're competing with that side of the room. But just a few reflections from my side is that it was actually a decision that I made at the beginning that I had to complete this qualification. And that's what got me to the end. And so if you have something that's going to keep you going, write it down. Just do whatever you have to. You know, it wasn't that if I look back now, it was like, oh, I was a hero with a cape and I could do whatever I wanted to. No, it was just one step at a time, because it's a journey. Okay. You're at the beginning of the journey. Or should I say almost into it. So what would you do differently and why? I can say this now because 2020 vision is the best, right? You can stand back and say, oh, I could have been more confident, but that's what I genuinely feel. And I'd like to share that with you, that you can be more confident, even if it's just a little bit more, about the way you communicate, You know, learn a technique in your communication to say, okay, you know, you can communicate with the supervisor. I'm thinking about your friend behind you. I don't know what her name is, but, you know, with your supervisor, just try and read something about it, on how you could potentially say something to them and not feel like, you know, you are falling into a hole of despair. So develop that. What are you glad that you held onto when it was hard? I'm so glad I held onto my commitment. It was the commitment that got me through. I'm serious. I missed a holiday with my family. Okay, fine. They only went to Port Elizabeth, but I actually missed it. And that was right at the end. I think it was 2019. Yeah, 2018. I went with them. 2019, I said to myself, that's it. I can't go on this holiday. Because if I don't stay back and write while you'll go with some other family members, then I'm going to be in trouble. And it made a big difference. Okay, so some sort of commitment, again, go back to it, remind yourself. What surprised you when you finally reached the end of the journey? For me, it was just 2020. You know, I completed my doctorate in 2020. Can you imagine? Now I'm getting to the end, and then they tell us about coronavirus. But I don't want coronavirus to happen. I have to fly to Bath to defend my thesis. I was the second person in my cohort. Actually, the first person was somebody else, but I was the second person for the university to put online to defend their thesis. So it really caught me by surprise. But I think it also made me realize that the circumstances might not necessarily always be perfect. You have to go with what you have in front of you. Okay, and now there is an exercise that we would have liked to have done, but we're running out of time. So we're going to skip it, but just note these points. We were going to make you divide into groups and look at these if you want to take a picture so that you can remember it. But the first one is about time and workload. What has worked for you? What would you like to try? What would you tell someone just starting the journey? That last point, what would you tell somebody starting out, is a really good one. That's what she's doing. So quite powerful. I'm just worried everybody might be a bit tired. Continue, not continue? Continue. Are you serious, guys? They want you.
Okay. All right, so we can do the strategy exchange. So if we can get into groups, so maybe like the 4 of you there, the 3 and 1 at the back, and then the side as well, maybe 3 or 4 people, 3 or 4 people. So we have 3 groups in the room. So I'll give you guys point A on time and workload. And then the middle group will take point B, institutional and structural barriers. And then group 3, emotional well-being and identity. Are we going to be able to group the online people?
Yes. Yeah, we can group. Yes.
Okay. 3 groups. You'll give them one of the topics. Yeah. So you can get into your groups.
Questions at the bottom. What's worked for you? Or what would you like to try? What would you tell somebody who's just starting the journey? Okay, you doing point B, exactly the same thing. What has worked for you in terms of those barriers? Did you encounter anything you didn't think you say no, I haven't encountered any? And what would you like to try in terms of institutional and structural barriers? If you experience any of them, those happy to see. So you know, when we talked about the admin processes, the processes that we go through in the structural journey, those kinds of things. You understand? We need to be hey? Yes. Yes. And even if it's good news, that's a good thing. So you can support us. Yeah, actually, this is where we know that we work. And what would you tell somebody new?
You'll have the easiest one. Thanks. And let's test your knowledge of
fell on me. So it was really terrible. It was really terrible. Are we back? They said 20 minutes. Oh, okay. We are back.
We're back.
Colleagues, you can mute yourselves. Okay, thank you. And then can we get...
You want to start online?
Should I mute? I shouldn't be muted, right? So just from the online participants, we can get 2 people to report back. They can just raise their hands, and then when we're done in the room, we'll ask you to unmute and report back. Please just bear with us because we don't have microphones. When the participants in the room speak, you won't really hear them very well. But we're going to start now with feedback in the room. Can we start with group 3, emotional, point C, emotional well-being and identity? Who's reporting back for us?
Okay. So I'll start with the one that I discussed.
Yes.
Okay. So the first one that we discussed was, what would you tell someone who's starting? We started with the last, then we went up. Okay. So the first thing was to protect your energy when you're doing your PhD. So just make sure that you have other things that you do also outside the PhD, so that if things don't work out within the PhD, you don't get too discouraged and demotivated to an extent where you feel like you are a failure, right? So just try by all means to protect your energy. Then we also said, if you can, please get pre-counseling before you start the PhD, so you know what to expect, all the milestones that you might encounter. Then maybe, just maybe, it may be easier to deal with them. Okay. There are also tips online that one of our colleagues has seen on YouTube and other platforms on how you can survive PhD. So how to survive PhD tips. So you can go through those and just see before you even start. Maybe that can also help. Also, just know, this is a tip that we're giving you, that your project will change. What you start out with is not always what you end with. Yes. So don't get too discouraged when you have to change, your target or your aims. Sometimes projects just change, right? So yeah. Also, struggling does not make you incompetent. Just because you're struggling doesn't mean you're incapable. Everyone struggles. Some of us just have a better way of hiding it, right? Also, document everything. When you're starting your PhD, document everything. That's the advice that we can tell you. Make sure you keep a record of everything, because things happen and that documentation can just save you somewhere. Okay, so that's what we discussed there. Then when it comes to what has worked for us, we have come to realize that your mind has spaces where it can work, and some spaces it just can't work. I'll explain this in this way. Someone said when they're at home, they cannot work when they're at home. They just can't, right? So they can do it when they're at the library or in a quiet workspace. So you also find something that works for you and then go to that workspace and use it to work. But also remember to balance the work and the play, right? So go to the space to work and then go to your play space to play. There has to be a balance. Okay. Then do not make the PhD your identity. Have other things that are outside the PhD. Do something else. I don't know, gym, whatever, but just do something else, just in case, so that you don't crash if things somehow do not work out, right? Also accept discomfort as part of your process, because there will be discomfort throughout the PhD journey. So we've come to realize that accepting that discomfort is part of it works. Okay, there'll be confusion, there'll be self-doubt. There's even the imposter syndrome that you just spoke about before. So the discomfort will be a part of your life. Okay, we didn't get to the what would you like to try first? So, sorry.
So we are Group B. I'm going to start with the first point, which was about supervisors. So we said something that we would advise for someone starting is to make sure that you have at least 2 supervisors. If you are provided one, we suggest to have a supervisor, because sometimes there are cases where you only have one and it doesn't have a lot of time to give you, and then that could be a challenge. And then another point that arises around supervisors is that my colleague, who is our own students, she wished she could have had the chance to choose the supervisor itself and the project, because in the program they are given a subject and a supervisor, and that is a challenge, right? Because now you are dealing with a supervisor, it's something that you didn't choose, and that's points now it's given to the institution to see how they can deal with that and going forward. And the other point is on feedback. So sometimes there are delays in feedback, like you submit your work to supervisors, but then the response gets like gives you delays. And then if an advice on how someone could deal with that, someone starting, is to prepare for the next step in time. So while you're waiting for that feedback, you do other activities so that you don't waste much time. And another point, last but not least, is some institutional barriers. It's technical issues that come to the system itself. And again, with that, the advice would be to ask for help. So don't wait, ask for help and follow up and do other activities in the meantime. So that's from our side. Thank you.
And then point A. I don't think the professional counseling that would have prepared me. Because when I started, I had together, I built my systems, I had everything together, but yeah, the reality of it, okay.
Okay, hi everyone. We're discussing on time and workload. So what we discussed that worked for some of us and that some of us would like to try is to do things the moment you get them. Say you have a proposal or you have a funding application that you need to do, even though it's due in a month's time or 2 months' time. If you do it the moment you get it, then you might know you won't panic when you're not done and the deadline is already late. Then if you have more than one thing that you have to do and you're given the task at the same time, then you prioritize which one is an earlier deadline. Then you try to do that first. The moment you're done, then you do the second one. And we also advise that you work ahead. You're having a deadline, you need to submit this in 30 days, then maybe you do it and you submit it in 15 days. Somehow it makes you feel like you're organized, and the supervisor will also think you are organized, which kind of boosts your confidence and motivates you further. If you're someone who's always missing deadlines, it kind of affects your self-confidence as well. And another thing is to not let work pile up. Make sure you do things on time. So like the previous 2 points, you have to do them. If the work piles up, you might succumb to the pressure. You'll be overloaded and you won't know what to do. Then you might need counseling and overwhelmed. And in my case, if I have a lot of things to do at the same time, I'm not able to focus on one thing because I'm thinking that there's something else, right? So it affects even your competence in that one thing that you're supposed to do because you're thinking of the other thing. So trying to do things on time. We also spoke about supervisor feedback. If, say, your supervisor is not giving you feedback on time and it's affecting your timeline, right? In this case, we just decided that it's best to get more than one supervisor, because if you submit something, definitely the one will give you something, even if the other one is taking time to respond. So if you get corrections, then you work on them and you submit those corrections, and you also CC all your supervisors in the email and you submit your things. One thing you know is the supervisors won't let you down. The moment you submit, their names is on the work. So they're not going to let you submit something that is not good. So the moment you decide, okay, I've done all your corrections, or the corrections from this one supervisor, this is my final draft. Somehow we'll definitely look at it before you do the final submission. And the last thing is to do a study that relates to you or that you're passionate about. If you really like something, well, my colleague here gave an example that if someone wakes you up at 2 a.m., are you going to continue writing or continue discussing what you're talking about your study? If you struggle, then it's not something that relates to you or something that you like. If you somehow choose your research based on lithium funding and not what you like, you might struggle to finish on time because it's not something that you really relate to. So yeah, we advise that you study something that you like. It's more chances of finishing on time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your feedback. Online, Catherine, you had a hand up. I don't know if you're still there and if you would like to share some observations from your group based on the discussion. Or anyone else who might want to share something from their group. I think.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
And yes, I'm from group 9. I would like to share ours for the third point, mental health and identity. Well, as a group, we had not really discussed much, but from what we have discussed was mental health is very important throughout the PhD journey. The two of us have recently completed our PhDs, and what has worked for us, what has worked for the other person was support from the family. And what has worked for me, I think it was just unfortunate that in my final year of study, 2025, I lost both my parents-in-laws, and it was such a difficult time for me and for the family and for everyone around me. And I had I had extended my studies, so it was basically my very last chance to complete. So what has worked for me was having a therapist. She was dealing with the family affairs. However, somehow I then managed to roll in my studies, and it really helped me because she then became a study partner in a way, because in our therapy sessions we had 20 minutes allocated for the PhD. So I had to work on my PhD, and she was there for me to hold me accountable, and also the support from the supervisor, obviously. So protection of the mental well-being is very important for someone who is starting. I would recommend that they seek therapy. It might not be weekly sessions, but then if you get your mental health in check, I think that would really work for someone who is starting. And family support, and there are family members that you're going to lose along the process, not lose for life, obviously, but in order for you to focus, you need to really set your eye on their goal. Therefore, there are people whom you are not going to have that much relationship with, and there are people whom you are going to lean on for support during the journey. So if one can just identify the people that they can rely on for support, that would really help That is something that is coming from our group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you for sharing your story. And I think you've raised some critical points, especially around counseling. I think a lot of us as postgrads, sometimes we don't realize how important having access to counseling services is. And sometimes we don't realize that we actually do need them. I don't know psych ed stats, but I would assume they probably see more undergrad students than postgrad students, you know. But I think if you are a staff member here at the university, we have psych ed and we also have counseling through the employee wellness services. So for anybody who ever needs to access those services, that's always available. So thank you very much to everybody who shared. We'll move on to
make a few points with your permission. I was actually just listening to you about project changes, and it's sometimes it's such a scary feeling when your project has to change, but that's a part of the process. It's a part of the process. Project changes, accept it, and move on. My one supervisor had done this diagram, and she told me it looked like a coffin. And, you know, what you put in your proposal might not necessarily always be what you end up with. And then the two supervisors, I thought this was so fascinating because I had two supervisors for my master's and then I had two supervisors for my doctorate. The doctorate worked out perfectly. The master's was a complete disaster. Now, it won't necessarily be the same for you because there were two people who really did not like each other. Oh. Like seriously did not like each other. I had to get to the point of saying, okay, we're going to divide it up. And I had to make that decision that the one person dealt with one thing and that the other dealt with another. So just, you know, be aware that supervisors, it might not always be perfect. And then another thing that I don't know if you mentioned about the word count. You know, what I had done when I had to start my thesis is I put every chapter down and how many words it needed to be. Exactly that. And so then I would end up writing and it'd be double that. Because that's what happens. You keep writing and writing. And then I had to learn to contain it because at the beginning you have so much to say, but it also, it's a scholarly skill to be able to condense it and give the essential message across. And, you know, somebody said something about what did you say about the topic being a part of your job or something like that? Was it that? Yeah, something that relates to you. So we have a staff member who's in the Division for Teaching Excellence. She's now the Senior Director. She did a study on an author. On an author. I mean, it had nothing to really do with her job, but she said she couldn't choose anything else because this is what inspired her. So I don't know whether I'm agreeing or not, but anyways, the point is that it has to get you through tough times. And really, it's a self-development process. So yeah, we can move on. Do you want to start this or?
Yes, I think I should start. You end it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So things we wish we had known. I think for me, from the onset, I would have to be intentional about making time for my research and setting my research boundaries. Those are things that were very loose for me at the beginning. And like I was saying, I thought I had prepared for this process. I'd prepared the year before and I had told myself how I was going to work out my life, but that didn't work out as I thought. So being intentional, that little progress every day is better than no progress. If my progress today is reading an abstract, that's fine and that's okay. But getting just one little thing done or sorting out some readings that I need to get through and saving them in Zotero, that's something. That the part-time PhD journey is lonely and community is important. And I think I mentioned earlier that community has played quite an important role in my life this year through some of the ladies from here and the research group online, as well as the Red Gown Stockfell. And lastly, and that I might not always be able to show up in other spaces the way that I normally have. So friendships, family, all of that, and that's okay. Yeah.
That's a good way to. It's okay. It's going to be okay. And yeah, you go through so many emotions, but what I have realized after I completed the doctorate is I still have a long way to go. It doesn't make everything perfect. It doesn't mean that you're an expert, like A-rated researcher. No, you still will continue with your research and things like that. So I'll just read from here. I wish I had known that the doctorate was not running alongside my life, but that it was a part of how I was living it. So it's a part of what you are doing. For me, being inside the institution was actually a big advantage, because remember, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity had they not nominated me. So that was a big advantage. And if you don't have a situation where the institution is doing anything, you can somehow work with these different things that we've spoken about to make it an advantage. That my sons, I'm looking at the father here, my sons were not losing time with me, but that they were also watching me finish something hard. And this is important. The hardest chapter to write, because there's another chapter, it's not just your methodology and your literature review, and et cetera, was the chapter in which I had to trust that what I was saying was, true, was worth saying. So yeah, that's what we thought. And then we have one last exercise for you, but this is one that you will do on your own. We'd like you to think about the one next step that you will take. What is the one thing you will do differently in the next 2 weeks? You notice the way this is phrased. It has a specific time period. And I think Takalani alluded to that. Have a specific time period. What are you going to accomplish in that time? I had mentioned it's small steps that build up. When you go on a marathon, you don't start and think, yes, I've done the day. It's actually a marathon that you are running, and it has different phases in your life. So take a minute or two. We have 8 minutes left until we end, but take a few minutes, think about it carefully. If it's something practical, if it's something emotional, whatever it is, you can hold it privately or share it with the person next to you. That's up to you. But I would really say just put it down onto paper. And yeah, how many minutes do we have? 5? Or just under 5?
Yeah, 5.
Okay.
They can do we have to share it?
Well, okay. Yeah, that is a great idea.
No.
Maybe you can use this as your thinking time, but you don't have to share it. Just think about it for a sec or two.
But I think we can close off.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the next step for us is to close off. I must tell you that it was such a pleasure to do this workshop. I've never done something like this before, but thank you for giving us the opportunity. Takalani and I worked a lot, and it wasn't just about you coming to the workshop and learning something from us. As you were speaking, I was also learning certain things. I was also reminiscing and reflecting on my journey. So that was really wonderful. So thank you. Takalani, any parting words? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's a hand up here. I don't know what
Okay,
someone
like
to
take
say,
it,
but
you can take it.
Okay, it's online. I see a hand up. Oh, it's a clap. Okay.
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 Okay, perfect. Thank you so
Are you
much.
closing off online?
No, not yet. Because now we wanted to open like open discussion rather.
Okay.
Just questions. If anyone has questions for you and for maybe Mr. Kessler. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's give a round of applause again, guys. Thank you so much again to you, Dr. Maestri and Mr. Galani. Also, thank you so much to you, Mr. Keswa, for your presentation. I just wanted to
just share a few points that I've also, just noted down from the presentation here from Dr. Maestri and Mr. Galani. I think, they've said some relatable practical strategies with us. It is reassuring to know that while this journey is challenging, it is certainly achievable with the right support and planning. And I also noted what Dr. Maestri mentioned. I think she mentioned a point of that dual identity. I think most of us can relate to that dual identity, which is the student staff. We are student and we also staff, and also that identity exhaustion, because in both the identities you are sort of expected to deliver. As a student, you're expected to deliver. As staff, you are also expected to deliver. So that brings us back to that work-life balance. And just also to the participants, just the interactive activities that you did with us today, and the participants being able to also share their experiences with us. That is also very important. And we'd just like to thank so much to all the participants as well. And also, I think there's one point that you also mentioned about the most productive times, when you are working through your studies. You need to identify when are you most productive, because we are not productive in the same times. So some of us are productive more within the morning, some of us during the day, and some of us even within midnight, because we feel like everybody's asleep and you are more productive during that time. So I just wanted to allude some of those points that was mentioned here by our presenters. And also just to emphasize also that here the Research Capacity Development Unit within the postgraduate school, we do offer support to postgraduate students, to support staff, as well as to supervisors, academic staff. So it's always important that you also tap into our services, because we do offer workshops. We have seminars, writing support. I think Mr. Galani did emphasize more on the writing support that we provide. We do have writing consultations that we have our experts within online that can also be able to assist you with your research within your PhDs, your masters, and all the different levels of study. We also do host competitions for postgraduate students. Obviously, that also comes within some prizes that we offer. And also that also gives you the opportunity to come and speak about your research, because we do have panel of experts that do come and give you feedback that will help you advance within your research as well during those competitions. So those competitions are not just for you to come here, speak about your research and take home a prize. It's also a learning curve for you to come here, to present your research, to get that feedback from a panel of experts that will be here to help you improve your research going forward. So with that, I think that brings us to sort of like because we wanted to sort of like do like a panel discussion, but I think we have discussed most of the stuff. I think, the session was very much interactive, practical as well. But from the online participants and the participants that are here, if you do have any questions, I think this is the time we can maybe allocate another 10, 15 minutes to questions. Whoever wants to ask any further questions, then please, this is your time to actually shine. Yes. So if there's any questions online, whether for Mr. Keswa here or for Dr. Maestri or Mr. Kalani, please do ask away. I think Mr. Ngosi and Mr. Lin, so you can also help me there. If there's any questions online, then I can just read them out, and our presenters can attend to the questions. Okay, I see a question here from Pratisha. Says, RCD, please, how do I get my certificate for all my workshops, seminars I've attended so far? I've always filled out the evaluation form. So as I've alluded that, so within the research capacity development, we have a system that is called the RCD management system. So this is a central platform or a central hub that we use to sort of like streamline all our events, all our workshops, our seminars and competitions. So I would urge all participants who are here today to ensure that you are registered on that platform. So you need to be registered, and for you to register on that platform, you need to be registered using your institutional email address. So once you register on that platform, and once you register, you're logging onto the system, you need to ensure that your profile is complete. And once your profile is complete on the platform, you can register for the event. And once you register, you will get an email with the link for the workshop on the day. So once you attend the event on the day, so the webinar usually avails itself 15 minutes before the event. So you will be able to attend the event. After attending the event, you have to fill in a feedback survey. So within the system as well, you are able to actually download a certificate of attendance within that system. So that's how you're able to receive or obtain your attendance certificate for the workshop. Thank you so much. I hope you are answered there, Patricia. I think my colleagues will also share the RCD management system link within the chat so that you can register. But if you do struggle with registration, please do email us at rcdinquiries@uj.ac.za. I think also my colleagues can share the email address. Then we can also tackle those issues there outside of today. Are there any further questions from the participants or anyone? Okay. Question? Okay, there we go.
You did mention that you were learning in separate, and that's why you are really important. Now, what would you advise us as students to also share about from various, because obviously, a lot of people might want to decide to choose. So, what made you start?
The thing about it is my line manager knew I wanted to do a doctorate. So that's the first thing. Do I need to speak to you?
No, just
Yeah, I think you can go ahead.
So that's the first thing, to put it out there that you want to, I mean, not to put it out there as in everybody's face, but you know, for them to appreciate that you are looking to study further. And look, at the time I had quite a wonderful boss as well. I think sometimes you don't realize how much that can contribute. So that helped. But it's about looking for the opportunities. I didn't even know about this. My boss was the one that sent it to me. I said, oh, would you be interested? I was like, yes. You know, it's the University of Bath, they pay fully for it, and things like that. Yeah, I think just that's all that I can say right now. You know, I think you can develop so many different skills along the way. That actually, that's an important point to say that the doctorate is a self-development growth journey. That's what it is. And even little things like understanding how to communicate better with your supervisor is a skill that you can learn on that journey. You know, it's like, I'm so terrified of speaking to my supervisor, whatever. Okay, what can I do to compensate for that? Or you know, some people find it easy to speak, and you seem to be that type of person who can easily explain to people, but others might not. So whatever skill you feel you need, you can develop. I think that's what you need to do. Communication is so important, really so important. Thank you.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much, Ntabeling, for your question there. Hope you are answered. I think we do have another question online. I don't know, maybe it's addressed to all the presenters. I can just, please allow me to read out the question. So the question is from Dimanka. So it says, seeing that we've got a large number of employment in the country, and many people are still opting to further their studies in research, masters, and PhD, what challenge we need to address in order to help researchers to become recognizable in the outside world industry? If the academic institution cannot absorb everybody within the postgraduate qualification, what motivates the NDG of growing and getting more PhD holders. Any takers there from the presenters? Question, I hope, I don't know if anybody would be willing to answer that question there. Yeah. You want me to repeat the question? So it says, what challenges do we need to address in order to help researchers become more recognizable in the outside world if the academic institution cannot absorb everyone within the postgraduate qualification?
Okay, although I'm not going to be able to give a definite answer, but I think what we also need to be aware of is that obtaining a qualification is a personal advantage, meaning that as much as you might be willing to get certain jobs from it, but you shouldn't get discouraged by certain sectors not absorbing everyone, which is why we sort of need to think about other areas that could assist. How could the private sector could also come into play? Yes, institutions of higher learning, they've a part to play as well, because they they are the drivers of and policy implementers of many things that our government wish to have. You might think of policies from higher education that got implemented in the space of our universities, meaning that there is a lot that needs to be challenged in a constructive manner within our universities as well. Maybe to add on that, my colleague there highlighted that some of the things that we face are not necessarily because of our failures, but it's because of how they are structured. Those structures are the one that needs to be challenged in a way that sort of betters our current situation or manages to deal with current situations than the challenges of the past.
Okay.
You shouldn't expect to, when you're achieving those qualifications, you shouldn't expect to be employed. It shouldn't be something that is in front of our mind to say, when I get the qualification, therefore I need to be elevated, promotion, this kind of stuff. You should look at it as a self-development in a sense.
It come in that manner. We once said a team building, and a similar question it was brought up, and one of the speakers told us that as much as we say maybe as maybe full-time employee of an institution, maybe you get certain benefits, could be starting abroad. But when you're coming back, it's more of saying that now we've given you the skills, or maybe we have the qualifications, then it's your time to sort of see how you can actually fit in. Even if your current institution, which is Richie, doesn't provide you with that, it's still okay to move on to other places and also do the right impact in that space.
Just add a few points, and that is that in higher education, it's very limited as a support staff member. In our department, we call ourselves a division. We're more like a little department. We have 8 staff members, which is not unusual because in some cases, that's the way it is in other universities as well. But the potential for promotion is limited in higher education. That's bad.
And like my colleague said, you have to find ways being able to navigate the institution so that you can move into a different sector or whatever to benefit from the qualification. Because it's not just self-development, it's also something that you may want to get some recognition for, which UJ does. I mean, once you get a qualification, you submit it to HR and you get a little bit of a bonus, but that doesn't really incentivize you that much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ministry, and thank you so much again to you, Mr. Keswa, there for clarifying further on that question. I think there isn't any further question. Can you kindly get the link? Okay, there is a hand. Please do unmute your mic and speak, Kize.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you so much for today's session. I could actually say it's very, very insightful. And I'm not sure what am I going to say it will be transpired or convey in a right way. In my field, I'm actually a specialist where I've got about over 16 years experience in looking at the whole supply chain processes from the start, which is inquiry, up until to the fulfillment of the turning key. However, on my position, I'm also a PhD candidate who is actually sitting in a level of where I'm actually now facing the ethics committee from approval from my PhD studies. At the same time, I'm also I could say I'm also having a DBA from another institution, and on top of that, I've got masters. However, I've applied to UJ for several posts that were there. I do qualify for them. I do meet minimum requirements and minimum experience. However, when it comes to for me to get constantly a regret letter, which actually read so nicely to say, we have received many applicants for this position, and after considering your application, you have been unsuccessful. And I've applied for so many positions within UJ, which I believe that I truly qualified. But based on this session that we have, I'll keep on trying to be part of the academia. I've tried so many times to be part of the academia, and I constantly receive regret letter, not once, but several times. So I was at the point of not knowing what to do, what was the next phase for me, because I do believe that I should be given an opportunity to actually to find out what can I do to be part of the academia. But for some reason, I kept on getting interesting regret letter constantly. So I know that whenever I applied to UJ, I'll definitely get a regret letter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kiza, for your comment and other questions. Do any of the presenters want to comment on that? Any comments, or anybody want to comment or add something there from that rather question there or comment? I hope you heard that, Ms. Kiza. I think the gentleman there just alluded that it's actually the story of our lives. I think we all do get those regrets every time we try to apply. And, also just to navigate the working space, it's actually quite difficult for us, all, because, at the end of the day, some of us end up in jobs where we're not really that's where we wanted to be, but, because of survival instincts, we all want to survive. At the end of the day, we just end up being in that sort of like a job. And as I think Mr. Kelso also alluded that, a lot of us also within the support staff, support staff, we also want to be in that academic space. But it's not that easy because we are not given that leeway to actually sort of like, get to that stage for you to actually be sort of like maybe a supervisor or publish, because that your role doesn't have much of that support stuff, because as academic staff, they are required to attend conferences, they're required to publish, that's part of their KPIs. That's part of what they have to do. But you as support staff, all you have to do is do administrative work, administrative work after administrative work. There's not much of development from you, from your employee. So I think those are some of the challenges that we face, that less recognition of support staff from the institutions. But I think these are some of the issues that, institutions can also, specifically maybe UJ or other institutions can also look into to say, how can we actually promote our support staff going forward so that they can also be able to navigate, because what you do now after your PhD, you have a PhD, you want to be a lecturer, and still you're getting such emails saying, we regret to inform you and stuff. It's not pleasant emails to be receiving such, but I think it's the story of our life that, as the gentleman there alluded. Thank you so much there, Ms. Mkizo, for that comments and the question. Let me see if there's any further questions. Okay, there is a hand there by Dima. You can unmute your mic and speak, Dima Kato.
Yeah, I love it, great everyone. Actually, I just want to comment on what Sophie said there. So with everything that is happening, I think somehow we, sometimes I try to let's say maybe you understand the hiring process of a specific organization, if not a department in a specific organization. Which will sort of help you to ease the pain of that rejection. I can say you are better because you're getting those rejection letters. It means someone is looking at your CV and then feedback. But there's actually a lot that has to be done through the hiring process. And I believe that since you're saying that you also have got a DBA, you should be also possessing a high position, whereby I may not know the type of an organization you're working within, but you already know the hiring processes that are involved from one organization to the other. And that's that to say that it's not an issue of whether you qualify or not, but it's an issue of trust again in other departments and organization and so forth. So your qualities and capabilities sometimes they may never be tested unless you are known or they can trust you or so forth. So it's a sort of an organization. What a society that we are living within, and it's not nice. We are all suffering more or less the same pain. But so I just wanted to comment on that one. We cannot really control this issue of who get the job, whether you qualify or not. It's very difficult.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Makato, for your comments. I think that's it's very important to what you just alluded there. We all go through these processes, but it's just about how you also navigate through the pain and also just seeing where you can also get better, and hopefully we can all be in the positions that we want in the future. Let's